Hello everyone. Sorry it took a little longer. I mentioned before I have responsibilities before the stream on Saturdays and those are making it a little hard for me. For starting today, as in Saturday. Like my back is killing me. Never do yoga, kids. Or do if you like, but never do yoga. It'll fuck you up. Okay, where were we? Right, going to the crime scene because we have to defend a Yakuza. And accidentally, we have to defend him from the crime that we committed, except one of the bodies is not our fault. Technically. Wait a second. Why is my chat not appearing? I had to restart Steam too for some reason, so maybe that has something to do with it. Once more into the depths. I went down to the lower wards last night. I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. No, I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy given that I think he killed a cop, but it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary. Sorry, I guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cops take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credential and drive. Convenient! Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more lies in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste. Police cars are full of bugs, though you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be as flashing a police. Can be easy as flashing a police badge. Ah. Something you want to discuss in private, detective? Yeah. I know because the game changed the color palette. I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that, you know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does it have something to do with my client's business affiliations? That would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is and a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. No, they see it, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be. They will. How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated is the right word. Complicated might be more accurate, when you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even though the cops won't trust you, you'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire, a tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt? Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. Move above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Or boy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo, balancing act, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime, but what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes? Jeez, What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? It was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name? It's a big city, I don't put too much stock into last names. You don't need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Sasuke said something similar. Tarek Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. The power couple? How would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. So who was this Chopin really? An idealist. Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. He's stepping his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. We couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, what was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. He's got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Oof, must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. Well, you know that. By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards late last night? I don't know. You don't know? Maya Laconsi and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the son of Icaria, that's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Yugi Rogers, pretty bare bones record, but maybe that's all used to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sasuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41. Out of? 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sasuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner. At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. I mean, now you're telling me that there's a second police officer in the room and that the one that got killed was deeply unpopular. Yeah, the other cop did it. I'm not stupid, video game. Like, this is so obvious to me. Unless it's gonna like not to insult the video game because the writing is very good, but like this is the kind of situation where I'm like, yeah, no, the other cop did it. Unless the game is gonna give me some kind of insane Uno reverse. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was crude. Ah, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then... How do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa, whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not. Damn. Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining is not that exciting, I promise. Are you sure? Not that exciting? Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors. It is illusioned. The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's a pretty cool logic. I expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard of this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who you're betting on? Who am I betting on? I mean, to kill the others? Like, to shoot the rest? Probably the CEO. Like, the mob boss, killing people is not necessarily convenient for their business. And a politician, you know, those are people that you can actually negotiate with, in my eyes. A CEO, they're just there for the money and they don't care if they have to kill people to get the money. A mob boss usually is like, if you don't pay, they kill you. But you can try and renegotiate in certain circumstances. So, a CEO looks at a loaded gun and sees the bullets in the clip as inventory that needs moving. Plus, they're used to taking a job and setting up their golden parachute before anything else. I doubt they'd walk into that room without first planning how they're getting out of it. Fair enough. CEOs only get the job in the first place by convincing their world they can navigate high stakes. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. The point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police. A blameless tool with no wills of his own. Yeah, though it was older man than I who set it up. Didn't realize his country's police were so powerless. However do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men will be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I got good news for you, detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People are always right. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe Snap's coming back down here. What happened the last time he visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an ever older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. Unless. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's fate, which can be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. I mean, you know, Nietzsche said that we kill God, which was more of a metaphor than like a literal thing for, you know, the Catholics and other believers in the room. But like, it is more about like what it means for God to be like, the abandonment is what he meant really. He was a Catholic. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do, sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. That's a good one. 6:01 p.m. August 14, 2086. Lower words. Oh. Sorry if I apologize if you heard that. That was my phone announcing me that a package that I bought has been sent and will... another one. Sorry. God dang it. I leave my phone closed and I forget that I'm supposed to be... Wait, it's muted. Why is it sounding if it's muted? God dang it. I thought that, like... I'm gonna have to review the stuff later. Well, maybe in the intermission I'll change that. I don't understand. I put it as muted and for some reason it's sounding. Whatever. Hopefully the mic didn't catch it up too much. Let's go back to the action, shall we? Detective London. We're definitely not alone here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she is like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. Oh my god, I get to work, hon. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London, who is this? Consular Morgan, this is Adelaide Han. She's, well... she's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Sinus security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Let's see, like sneaker, volcanoes, the Paralympics. You like the Paralympics? Like, nothing against it. I'm just surprised that you would... Well, mostly I'm surprised the Paralympics still exist. By that point. It's like scalpers, hoarders, and Annies. Favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo, no, condition is more important. Undefeated at volleyball. Like duct tape, mascara, and oak. Okay. It's like sparkling lots, ties, and honeydew. The best ad, finding new restaurants. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. I believe it. And... or victim. Likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, late dinners, dislikes gray hairs, untucked shirts, and mint. Education, Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery, posthumous. Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, City Councilman. Well. A real business card. It even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Sinus. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sorry, but how we met somewhere? Nah, it can't be. I never forget a beauty like you. She's the Han's lawyer, Han. Seriously, she works for those copper-headed scumbags? So our mortal enemies, that sucks. Not alive then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Right. Isan? 183, 75 kilograms. Occupation site managers. Standard security. Likes new furniture, silk clothes, and dimples. Dislikes clingy types, jealous types, and needles. Plays pickup games. Avoids laundry day. Least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene. Yeah, what's with that town? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting Blue Bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to His Highness. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to give the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arts to present the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we still have a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits with our own help and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and probably their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't there. Lower Watsky take out runs by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No, I don't know why that happens. Okay, there's a lot of stories about it, depends on who you ask and where you live, but the general consensus for most people is that that tends to happen for two reasons. One, because people are bored and fuck around and find out with their shoes, and two, because in that area there's like drugs changes. Like people will sell drugs in the areas where those shoes are when the shoes are thrown. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. I mean, again, those are for the most part in my experience kind of like urban legends, but it is true in some areas that people will do that. Precisely because like it's one of those situations where like since that is like local, like kind of like a local tale that if you see that it's because like a gang meets there or they sell drugs there, people will on purpose do that so people know that they do that there. So like it went from like nobody knew what they did, why they did that, to doing it on purpose because the stories were that you would do this and that there to mark the place. Like that is in fact a thing. At least here, like that's generally the consensus of what tends to happen. Interesting that you're also like visibly too colored in comparison to characters like London, who is like 2 shades of green. Like she's pink and blue, so interesting. Mystery solved. Fine, maybe the cops and the Blue Bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. What kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend any career? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate, we know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that let you warn the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that, to have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Ah, it's a flattery, that's how you flirt? What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Icaria in the street, shine him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure that the state lobotomizes Suzuki for pentemple homicide. Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Radius 5000, you're done looking around, Kay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So, this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? What was this door found? Shopping and Royers were the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire. Someone heard that. Good thing I cleaned up fast. Clear the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind when I left. I didn't have any keys. And Marina Handiworks is designed as an installation. Who else would Blue Blood trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it look? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it look behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Cause I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this one that looks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from the inside. A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the arc has been up. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes. What, were you the second officers on scene? Interesting. That's right. We weren't far when the 10-999 went out at 10:15. Long way from precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want to tell then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Yeah, we can start there. Just be careful when you step, if you like those boots and all. One problem with Blue Bloods and cops running security, I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give them moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in University Fire, panic abound last week on campus when the computer labs at North Technical University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious hunch postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinities, searching for signs that could point to the culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Though by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers, and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist, after their university's student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticisms of the response have begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigation to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial artery. Excuse me, I don't know why that happened. I guess I'm just very sleepy. Anyway, serial arsonist. Another notable, hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database. If you fill out a simple form from us, we can get you the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited sales served exclusively to compliment AD09 like you. I feel like I've heard stories about bombing out west the last few months. But I didn't know they all been attributed to one person, that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims or the data centers being targeted, but clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts, if they've now got the Fed symbol. What really stands out here is that the federal investigations are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That warrior survived, but is a mere fraction of the size it used to be and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Good, I had another yawn. Like, I slept well. It's not like I woke up sleepy. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Yes, was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was CRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels were broken. And designed for containing industrial waste, so it ended up here in a residential district Isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Mex to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it out to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there? From leaks? Ah, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rains dirty down here, stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain, like from the history books. Not quite that bad, just smoke combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make. Dirty rain, like I said, lower ward spring water. There's a shot named after it, tequila and pickle juice, ugh. So is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna. Yeah, it's mostly empty except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can get it to budge. Careful, if you get your toe trapped under there, we don't look at me to help you just cause I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a guy was cheering me on. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now, just watch it so you don't... let the lid slam. Sorry. The fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. And using the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus strap, Han. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters? Yeah, funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. And an ad could probably make the jump up there. Odds are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Yeah, mothers are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. I thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah, around here maybe it wasn't unlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen, never coming to testify, of course. You think they stand out dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be enlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. You ready to go inside? I think so, so as long as... No, I'm not with anyone else, it's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. So were you saying this used to be an apartment building? Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat. You gone through all these vaults, I take it. Lioness helped us with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clean out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no. So is this the Blue Bloods forte then? Securing people, places and things? You could have think of it that way. Guess I always assume gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. If you have the funds to ride the grey wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. They got the market corner from black to grey to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods say that they have to make do with all the scraps the mechs and the house don't bother producing in mass. Professional jealousy, how ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, we believe the rumors. About a year ago now there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently the Blue Bloods had a product that the Icaria wanted to distribute. The Icaria sell legal drugs now though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Icaria couldn't manufacture? I'm not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilling less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in the lower wards niche. They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but that's... all that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yeah. Respectable? Most would still say no. I mean, most of what is happening here is arguably not respectable, but you know, capitalism. The household name security makes society too high rates to be seen in the company of workers. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And they Korea, they don't, compete in that market? No. People at the Icaria's Heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the Cloud districts, but they never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules are applying to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Damn. Once than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll put you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense! I got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Took the words out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with the tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? Does your client, he was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocks Sasuke out. Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sasuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, it seems like at the time their body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd shoot him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not common in this part. No, that's not uncommon in this part of town. Sorry, my nosy itchy. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade. I'll put in a request. Right then, who's next? Who the hell? Blood loss from the neck, even I can tell that much. That with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Well, the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now, I know you got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Mira was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana. The hand must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck in not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for? My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sasuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I told them Sasuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. Yeah, so basically, we're fucked. But yeah, that... It was definitely that police officer. No, I just... Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Beside a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you were blindly guessing, I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared, not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Well, I'll advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, Counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed. Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill. Not that what I used to this kind of shit. Now calm down, I do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had muddied eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit, no one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording for functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You gonna claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself were all scum of the earth who deserved. I'm pretty scummy myself, Han. Defense attorney, remember? Nah. Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bad is what did the deed. Much as the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sasuke's fingerprints. You think we could get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense, I was the one who actually swung it down and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull, to break the back itself. I can imagine. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to this victim? I'm Sasuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested, and he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. But this door is where they were keeping Sasuke, and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here. Windows open to the fire escape and the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. You could guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk. Near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest, blew blood back onto the windows behind him. The open windows. Elbow spread. Yes, it is. It's someone opened these, or... No, they were open when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles there from Krieg and his pod. That's where the handles are. Something wrong? Definitely, but how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I guess I was wondering about the key around his neck in the arcs. No, well, one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty though. Suppose that's all irrelevant since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. So who was this guy? Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I kill him. Criminal record 18 as far back as it goes, sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Han. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny, that dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Han. Give it fair consideration. Aside the Carisha, the Rust, or our city's finest. Nah, Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Career soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? Is it getting old fast? Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at sets. Well, seems he's out of town anyway, taking summer lessons at How Mariner U. That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors and no juvenile record. The AD at his age? Poor kid. Feels for that cause Norman and Leg. Christmas has been sending him. Detective, you just leaked the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party. Hey, you don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery too. You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Technically. Craig's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in a small part because he had a priceless no mask hidden inside it, but I assumed you've been through this data part here. Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Craig was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. How'd he manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. My hands the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it over in organized crime, paper and pencil protocol. Helps the Orcas keep their books, of the books. Or at least in a format that's easy to destroy, should push comes to shove. You run checks on these credit cards at Sham in here? I'm not surprised you don't recognize it that there's a dark card. Whoa, tell me more. Well, tell me more. Is an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand? I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner, can't trace any of his transactions? Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m. but it timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. By the way, why is this cloud being flagged? Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Could be that she fat thumped it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. This screen, I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun, and I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Is there since setup? Powerful setup was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS texts is a real audio file. Said it broke her heart how low they must have played the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. I wouldn't count on Orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Papers scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? What do you find there? What do you find there? A note? It looks like Craig's handwriting from the other files I've seen. M. Icaria. Looks like M. Icaria, actually. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M, that's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's Icaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. What was his name beyond Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sasuke was some kind of consolation prize. Buying the hound was a consolation prize. These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one told them not to stare at the sun. Let's see, anything else? Ah, there's that one. Okay. And on this side. Yeah, okay. Let's see, with you and then that. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him and a loud slam when he hit the floor. There's one real long rap shit with a short ending. Buckshot to the torso, died instantly. Legs were on his mods, put his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of a struggle for it beforehand. But how someone managed to get it off of his hands. It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Lex identified it as a double-barreled Magus, and... Hey, how do you know the gun was his? He's still wearing the holster in the arcs, was I mistaken? No, about a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and freezed by a patrol unit. And they found this gun on him. They found this gun on him and they just handed it back to him. He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken. You have tag data from the murders? No, we don't. Strange, according to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that he'd get the tag stripped off? Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. That was a little bit, That was a little bit freaky, the whole, hey, how do you know? And it's just like, eh. Morgan, you almost screwed yourself. Oh, oof. Like, visually, that... Bro, that's a little... Who the hell are you, really? Why are you lying there, dead, right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes was an exaggerating about how he died. Run through from behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk. Then he was impaled. Then he collapsed on to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Satos noted in her report that the stab wound was in her words jostle. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. It's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sasuke, the one thing he does recall after I pass the baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the rib match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are paper scars underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on... Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those looks are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry a pretty little head over. How do you know the internal business if you can't read them? You really never seen writing before. Never heard of it. It's a corporate and information security protocol. Files with special flags share specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Make it use some kind of special ink, try to take a photo of it and it comes out right blur. Paper special too much heat, humidity becomes illegible. Of course, bleeding out on top of you is also a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. I say in the movies, I can't confirm or deny that. And if I stop to any other data? The was, we got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I know exactly what the hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what they are getting at. Okay. Looks like everything's in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you weren't all poking and your noses around. Shit, I just remember I'll never have the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You're too good to keep going if I step out to make a call. A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Text for you on something. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I stick to the arcs, how about you? Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this. Different kind of ugly then. It's subtle in the eye of the beholder. I warn you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creed Spot torture my client? I don't know that I did. Sasuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade current supplied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline burst pull out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes, what purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sasuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they drag him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Hypodermic needles, probably not packing anything healthy. Sasuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. So there's needles there. The design of these needles seems a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles, load him into a gun and fire away. Sasuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Does Sayana's security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? Your cousin of the round pipe, Creek could find tools along his own and another kind of operation. An operation with the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. Well, like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage. Science isn't that legitimate. Why aren't the Blue Bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. They like Creed's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a dead scented crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble science manager, I means I wouldn't know. Sure. Do all these needles contain anesthetics? No, there's also stimulants and a Robitussin. Like the truth serum. You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk, doesn't make what you say the truth. So they wanted Sasuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your kind can't remember, he isn't willing to recall. There really is no one else alive who would know, yeah? It's water, calling off the condensations on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? It's a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sasuke was tortured. You know what that other bucket's for then? I know you said you got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? But then this last bucket here is... What is that, trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Our bandages, see, they were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sasuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sasuke tied up with. They wouldn't have had to use something, yeah, this sword doesn't even lock. Not after I removed the bad variant from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal. Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he'd probably just play dead. Walking into the scene out there, you'd think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses. Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? I mean, true. Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed. I know that Sasuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sasuke himself says he wouldn't have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Quit my nose. Has all this blood been tested on his hand? Enough of it has, besides Sasuke, who else would it belong to? And that's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sasuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer even before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungry again later, faster. Best to stay disciplined. I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? Why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. You have better if you had. I mean, maybe. Oh god, my nose. Sorry, it's just so itchy. I'm going to head out now, actually. I got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself then? Are you sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me work you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals assigned as security? Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes would be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. Leave the room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep, same fire escape right there. Same type of window too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sinus being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blood would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall, there are always factions. And among the Blue Bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirmed some things. And I figured I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating.
No, these hints, trust me.
So what faction did Paul Creed belong to?
The young bloods, opposite end of the compass from the old guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Hans said Creed was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creed talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming,
And young.
could easily see him being very popular with all the grown people in the old guard.
That's interesting info, Detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Suzuki. The learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other.
Do you?
They're rival gangs, they hate each other.
Do you know why? It's the same reason all the blue blood leadership is ancient, while their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the blue bloods, started killing them, and they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading blue blood families under the age of 40 was dead.
Well, I can see how their kids will grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah.
And you're not getting it either. Their kids didn't grow up at all.
If that's the case, why are the Blue Bloods still around?
For the one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end as neo-nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill, taking in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and more importantly, they survived because they still had hope.
You serious?
I am. It's a powerful weapon.
But for what?
So that the Ikaria had missed one, that they fled the country. So that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day, a triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
Yeah, but not an unnecessarily unlikely fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark.
Fairy tales and warnings.
What's up?
Hey, did your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter?
Like a bounty hunter?
Or huntsman, maybe?
Where you heard that?
Suzuki think he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything?
Nope.
I don't like the hesitation there, Detective.
Just an urban legend.
I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet...
Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I buy you as many lotto tickets as you want.
Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrollings about Lobo and the cyberpunk and...
HBK increasingly.
I haven't seen that myself. Was gonna say Red Hood.
Why are you asking? You feel a chill on your spine? Nah, except for HBK, that's all news, ghost stories and campfire tales.
There are a lot of campfires around here.
Also places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story.
It's based on a real event.
Nothing worth recounting.
I'll take your word for it.
But what's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience?
You mean about working with the mafia? Our psychologists will call that projecting.
Ouch.
Too far?
Nah, didn't feel a thing.
I don't know why I ask, really. I guess I've just had an odd feeling all day.
Like deja vu? You been here before?
No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be.
The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. 8:32 p.m., August 14, 2086. Morgan's apartment. Ikaria, Blue Bloods, mechs, orcas, dirty cops, and criminal informants. Lines run back and forth across the battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. The scene in its complexity frail along any given strand. Put one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Ikaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sasuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sasuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? I mean, she is part of the security firm, so she's probably old guard. Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Quasim London is much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to against his own self-interest, demands a bodyguard by trade, and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilled ink. But twice as sharp and as nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. That's a smirk by any other name. Please call me Mireille. Any last name, Mireille? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. May I step inside? She blinks, her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperament of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. How can I be of service, Mireille? You're already being quite accommodating both to me and my family's interests. Let's see your profile. Occupation representative. Okay. Like sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, and arachnids. Dislike sunrises, black tea, and photographers. Favorite smell, dojo floors. Best at making use of people. Worst at hiding my distaste. Damn. I came here to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille. But inexperienced as I am, I gather that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IAFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you funded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries. Yes, and before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago.
Very good, Councillor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikariya has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago the Ikariya cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred their respectable blue bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we chose the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs, and their entire fortune. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood, specifically, easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But FGA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. TFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Ikariya's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have access to those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses and some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention, I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikariya, to the Ikariya Financial Group. He'd never be tied to a legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop will be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle, pardon the expression, but how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests, never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization was registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renogen. So that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikariya Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a little work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls the Ikariya's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries, his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, or Patriarch Daisuke Ikariya. I see. So that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in ballrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so if the right match were made. They want to marry him into House Ikariya. Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than. They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point.
I mean, you mentioned that and I'm gonna think that they were planning something freaky. No offense. Well, freaky and illegal.
They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for the dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sasuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the Olgar are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder and mass trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up to enough information, to enough motivation for them to torture Sasuke, yeah. I had heard Sasuke was wounded. No one informed me he had been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you guided, Sasuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family, but he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikariya hired me to prove Sasuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited, more limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the leader. So, one half of the family can talk business at the dinner table with the other half, will you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikariya's usual connection would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sasuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sasuke would just stay silent as the set drag him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sasuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to wear. That explains why Makoto hires someone without connection to the Ikariya. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk. Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Councillor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sasuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sasuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sasuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If these were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of city councilman's that beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys dead sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single hell-bread of stillness, listening as the different thought of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into no. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me, and the moment my attention's elsewhere. His case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw.
You know, you could just use an axe. Hey, good kill.
Yes, you trying to look at story staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So, that wasn't a joke, making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What, mysteries, disappearing cleaning supplies, book not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not that that's your fault, everything's lame. Good luck finding members, everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow, and next year. They're all staring down at the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, could kill the Megs. We'll probably have robbers doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid.
You know, Morgan, if the reason why you murder people is because you got treated like shit in high school, I understand, and I support you. I don't think it's good, but I understand. And I support some of the murder. Maybe not all of the murder, but some of it. As a person who has also been there.
11:42 a.m., August 15, 2086. State building. Floor 48.
Morgan, please, this is...
Hold still and relax, it'll be over soon.
I thought you were joking about the makeup.
Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom.
And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help appeal to what demographic exactly?
You know the names of all this stuff?
I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel?
Yes.
It's khaki.
Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the Jerry might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will...
Excuse me?
You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sasuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts.
She understands.
Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty.
I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan.
My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up?
I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful.
You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sasuke. Don't be a stereotype.
Don't call other people stereotypes.
He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning noble. I'm confused, Sasuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money?
I'm not talking about morality, I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? Me, knowing that Sarah doesn't have those?
Teehee. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms.
Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll die of exposure.
If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death.
The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is.
Fortunate for us all then, that the state is a million megawatt north star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind. And without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide.
It was a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Whatever you want with your brushes, woman.
And you're pouting again, great. Sarah, just keep him talking.
I mean, if he pouts, I'm sure some women in the jury and the peanut gallery will find that attractive. And some men. But mostly some women. But definitely some men. What? If I'm talking, how will you...
Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Suzuki, do you happen to have any tattoos?
Wait, my nose.
Timmy, so itchy.
I think when I went out today in the morning to do the yoga class that I do before Saturday's streams, I passed by some... One of my neighbors has like this big tree and it's full of flowers, and I passed right under it, and a lot of flowers are falling because, you know, changes in the seasons. And I think I might have been affected by the pollen. It might have been that. Are the jury going to ask about that or something?
They might.
Oh, well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo, Komainu, on my back.
Ah, the classic. Oh, it would be Komainu then. Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog?
It's a fierce guardian deity.
Like a Labrador, or...
Like a great fuzz. A big dog.
Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like, say, like a dragon.
Sarah, we don't make reference to that series anymore. Not after Kiwami 3. There's no switching.
The buyer's remorse must be unbearable.
There's no buyer's remorse.
Leave your chin.
You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes?
You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you kill 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any cheap damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it.
But the advantage you're talking about is my face.
Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sasuke?
Look, it may be true that at times some women have expressed...
And men, no doubt.
All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this.
Pretend it's war paint.
Is that how you see it?
No, but I'm a grown-up.
Damn.
Thank you for sorry, that's Sarah. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sasuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up.
She's a talkative one, isn't she?
Sorry if she kept you up all night.
No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of, we discuss history.
Oh, well, she must have put you right to sleep.
Damn.
Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sasuke. Here I assume you spend all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information.
And criminal empires.
Nothing to detail, I hope. But Sasuke, I still don't understand. What do you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently?
Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world.
Always.
Well,
He's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it.
Look, Sarah, names like Mafia, Gakudo, Sanhihui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path, an outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. And those were the first criminal organizations: underground guilds, lending system, militia, secret societies.
Oh sure, they were basically just big friendly charities.
Then the world got smarter and people started moving around and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable.
I mean, to be fair, that is true, at least when we're talking about, like, for example, the Italian mafia when there was a lot of immigration to the United States, or immigration to Argentina, for example, which is one of the countries that had a lot of Italian immigration, especially after World War II. But you have to remember that criminal empires were in their countries of origins. Like, the mafia did still, like, the Sicilian mafia still existed in Sicilia. Like, those guys still are there, they still do their shit. The Yakuza still exist. There's probably Yakuza in other countries, but primarily the Yakuza, well, if they're in other countries, it's probably like Brazil, because it has the biggest concentration of Japanese people outside of Japan. But they're in the country of origin. Well, the Yakuza is a question mark now. Well, they still exist, but like, digital crime is more common. It's a crime that you do by yourself. Technically, you don't need a team to do digital crime. So, the Yakuza have become kind of unpopular. Like, they don't get new recruits. My understanding is that apparently younger people think they're just too old-fashioned, which is a hilarious concept. Thinking about it, it's just like, yeah, your mafia is a little too old-fashioned for me. I'm just gonna go scam people on the internet. Like, it's true, but it's funny. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually the kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along.
Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you.
So the immigrant experience disappeared.
Fracture, more like crack into a million shards with a hammer, while generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense, except economically.
Wealth inequality is at historical highs.
Yeah, same. As it has been every year
since before I was born.
And you're like in your 30s, so if not older. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another, their socioeconomic status. House-Ikari is at the top, the Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata.
I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then?
The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility.
Careful, Sasuke, if the Rust had you being that classist.
The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open motors and grabbing whatever they can.
Things like that happen in this city.
Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself.
Finally run out of steam.
On to the green business then. how things go with your investigation? Not bad, was it?
Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the both deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Suzuki standing over his partner's dead body.
What's it going to look like in there?
You've never been inside a courtroom?
Never saw defendant.
I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect.
Oh, goddammit, I thought that was him. Oopsie.
In the gallery, a sea of blue, cheap intimidation tactic.
Yes, but I can't fall them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours.
You say that I yet don't see any other Ikaria around.
This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state.
How understanding of you. Adonai, I think Suzuki is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be upset. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake.
What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic?
No, that is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand?
Who the hell would I tell that to?
Right.
Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching for him somewhere in the courtroom.
That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression.
As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Suzuki's spirits have rallied. Really, how can you tell? Ma'am? What up? He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter as if... Good, now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right! Suzuki, shall we arm wrestle? Damn. Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Although that's kind of a character trait for you, you're always tired. Want to push this off until next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey! Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I'll sleep like a rock, if you ignore the horrible flashback dream. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest, more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like going out? No.
You know, Morgan, you can just say that you're jealous. You can just say that you're jealous, Morgan. Morgan.
Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. Would have helped with progressing then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say that this is because of how Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead, the state wants to make it clear that isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect our citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can defend against corruption anyway. Rot comes from the deep. Though you rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treat every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that. Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mud harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to land their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. Why, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just a part-timer worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... what happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand and it came through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay, might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now. I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Sorry, Ryan. For a moment I thought it was Morgan. I saw those eyes changes and... sorry, right. Do you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? No, where would be the fun in that?
Morgan is so fucked. She's so fucked. Like, 100% the story has to end with her killing Emma. Like, that's just gonna happen. If it's not the ending, then at the very least it's gonna be, like, the final case.
12:04 p.m., August 15, 2086. Courtroom 40 AD. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of piece of cups.
It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it?
5 counts of murder would be net newsworthy any day of the week. Adding the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop and a crowd was to be expected. Don't think they'd be so quiet though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting the stones. Don't let it get to you, Sasuke. They're just posturing.
Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations, but the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual.
You don't feel any animosity towards these cops?
I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake.
You just worry about the jury.
What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime.
Have you been in court many times, Sasuke, then?
It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Ross and all the rest of the rabble were beyond the reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently.
Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sasuke.
Thank you.
Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals.
Yes. What I was trying to hit at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house.
Honestly, that thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once. What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash?
No.
Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to the lunch, so... Sasuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking at for the jury?
No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye.
To help them evaluate the character. Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have.
True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes.
A punishment? A punishment for the jury or the defendant? Alright, kiddos, chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start.
To be fair, well, juries are perfectly fair. That's not true, they're not. I do think that it's punishment. It's part of the reason why they don't... Like... It's part of the reason why they will kick people out of juries, like exchanging with someone else, if they have any thought or, like, any belief or reason to relate to the criminal. Like, they put an anarchist on trial for like something, and you're not gonna be allowed to be part of the jury if you're an anarchist yourself, because it's like, yeah, I understand morally why they did the thing. Is why there's a lot of black people that get like, at least in the United States, there's not really jury trials in here. Like, it's not a thing that is done in this country. But like in the United States, like, you'll see a lot of fully white people judging black people sometimes. Like, you'd think that you would have a jury of your peers, but they actually go out of their way to not do that, because they know that people come with biases. It's why rapists in those kinds of trials also usually get some level of leniency, because a lot of the time they put people who, well, they live in a society, they come with already biases on, you know, rape victims and the crime itself, especially if they're men. So, you know, justice is unfair, has never been fair, and has been created specifically to protect property and not people. And that is why some laws are inherently unfair, and you should destroy the United States and Israel. Among other things. I just remembered. You think the adjutant is assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme easy. How? It's ID. What are the chances? Let's see what changed on her profile. Likes mountain air, gymnasts, and luxury. Dislike happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts always return. Favorite quote, let he who is without sin play first or draw first. She's so silly. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network, at least! Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I did try. Cause it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grey monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you're trying to set a goal split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Okay? Ukraine's always good here. That's what they say.
Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant in this case is a man named Sasuke Kariya. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had the skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Cop killing piece of shit. Please pardon any ARPAs from the gallery that your mix may inadvertently pick up.
I do like the like the detail of the stocks going down. Hilarious. Excellent. It's just like in real life.
Now I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex.
No, I'm complex. That's like half my name.
You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth that the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact, and the only one you need concern yourself with. Ah, she's as cold as ice, but every ice age beckon a kindling. For as ashes calls the singers and embers from champions.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Stop quoting something that sounds like from Dark Souls. Seriously, was that supposed to be from Dark Souls? It sounded kind of like from Dark Souls, specifically the third one.
Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, he'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us.
Yeah, you're kind of screwed in that respect.
But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. It's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle.
Ah, you're just Hans.
My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as...
Let me think about it. While it's a little like it makes him look bad, considering his nickname the Hound. Like this is not Kuno, the movie, the one about the dog. It's a horror movie. It's based on a book by who was it that wrote Kuno?
Oh god, I don't remember.
Stephen King. I think it was Stephen King. Bloody is a little too obvious. It's like, yeah, literally 5 people are dead. So I guess Unspeakable is the best option.
Unspeakable? I should know I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the...
Unease, horror, malevolence. Okay, so what are we doing here? Like, horror... a little too on the nose. Unease is like, well, yeah. Like, are we trying to... like, how are we trying to sell this? Because we're trying to... if we want to take Sasuke out of this situation, because we know that 4 of the murders... well... Morgan did them, so he's not guilty. And then the last one, the one with the cop, is very likely that the other cop that went with him was the one who did it. And I'm betting, like, this is a betting game. I am betting, in fact, that it was the other cop. Like, Sasuke's, for a bodyguard that has killed people and everything, like, he comes off as kind of really upstanding. So I guess the best option that I have is to, like, counter that? Like, counter whoever it is that committed the crime, which we're just gonna pin all of the crimes to whoever killed the cop, realistically.
Um, and let's say counter that with Sasuke's generally reasonable, normal-ish guy character, I guess. So in that case, probably malevolence is the best option. Well, the malevolence I radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood because his sweat and blood has stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture. He was like, nobody cares about your trauma and nobody cares about your ordeal, but people care if you say that they've been tortured, unless it's before the 2010s. No, actually, they still don't care. But only if they're Americans. If they're not Americans, they actually do care. From his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, and a broken nose and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. And that went worse. You're gonna let her say that? It's true, though. You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue, one of them a police officer, Tariq. No stakes his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too. This is, Hey, we like to have fun in this car and put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more adverts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peeking through the hay-hole like a bunch of sweaty looking loose. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not for hardened criminals and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his association, or that of the victims can change that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you.
Decorated veteran?
You telling me you never earned a single commendation, most push-ups of the day or something?
Never mind, I suppose it could have gone worse. I mean, just saying veteran. Like, that probably would have been enough. Depending on when you, like... See, here's the deal. It really depends on what you were a veteran for. People will feel more or less bad about it. Like, they will pity more or less depending on what you were a veteran for. Like, they will feel more respect for you depending on it. Like, if for example you say, like, a veteran from the Iraq War, it's like, nah. Most people would not feel very compelled by a person who was a veteran from the Iraq War. If they're Americans anyway. But if you come to Argentina and it's like a veteran from Malvinas, which is the only real actual war that we fought since independence, really, and it wasn't even a war, it was a slaughter mostly committed by the UK because they still haven't returned those islands to us. I am understandably angry about it. Mostly because of all the people they killed. And again, the territory is ours. It belongs to us. I stole it. Like, unless you're a piece of shit, most people would be very, they would feel an amount of respect for those people because most of the people that they sent were 18 with barely any equipment, basically no training, and it fucked them up, and they were fighting the UK. They were fighting an actual powerhouse military-wise, when Argentina has, for the most part, always been a Pacific country, like a pacifist country. We don't get involved in those kind of shit. We have a military for self-defense, and that's about it. So, and that's always been the case, for the record. So yeah, it really, like, you can say veteran and that would be enough, but it really depends on what you were a veteran for. And from where, really.
You're too kind.
I was trying to be honest, the crowd got agitated, but you maintain a level head and recover your tempo.
Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall.
That is basically correct.
Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Susuke.
What do you mean by that? Who is it, the police officer that was with the other guy, like his partner?
Your name and occupation for the record?
How can that be necessary? God damn it, it's a child!
If some blathering idiot in that quorum doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it if only for the sake of ceremony?
Ceremony.
It's important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of student.
Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie.
Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group is not salaried. Must I really declare it here?
Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited.
Sasuke, are you alright?
He can see us.
He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses there to testify and don't really need much else.
So he's safe?
Yes, Suzuki, he's safe like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him or standing on a box. I think the hologram's giving him a boost so he can see over the stand.
That's good.
The boost to his height?
That he's safe at home.
I'm sorry that he can see you, Suzuki.
Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd
like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant Suzuki Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming.
Emma Rockford racking a spoiled rat over the coals. These all must be worth the price of admission alone. I understand it was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer duties. Summer studies. Like some common wife? Wife, that's quite a well couple. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Play like a damn fiddle.
Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations?
Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere.
Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I?
Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life. Do you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my father Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security details escorted me to the elevators where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance. by my head of security, Sasuke Kariya. But the elevator became stuck with no natural timing. When Sasuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open with a tool. Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sasuke out here, kid. We submitting to evidence the defendant's Akira Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir! It is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out until the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Suzuki and I exited the elevator started up, it was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names.
Thank you, Sarah. Very well put.
Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. The sword was recovered by the police in an unknown blue blood den in the lower wards. Found in Paul into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sasuke. You understand nothing about a swordman's heart, Adonai.
Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense.
If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you too. So you, Sasuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevator, Sasuke called them and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sasuke was there and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sasuke had run it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off of it, dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheet was thrust into my arms, pushing me back onto the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheet. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from now public records. The only other thing I saw was Sasuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator control panel and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant? The decision was made that I should get out on a veto as soon as possible, but much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor? It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly! I can tell you every detail of their rough-shod countenances. That sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it! A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came out of first. They aimed at me, but Suzuki got between us and blocked every shot. With Yuri, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel appeared from the right. And a man with that ridiculous pop-up took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards that tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Okay, but that's not true. He could, like... Oh, but he's aim at me. Like, the thing about here is that he did not, in fact... Well, he blocked every shot at Makoto, but he was hit. We know that much. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, but yeah, that's the issue. They didn't try to kill you. They could have been trying to kill the witness, not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of these cases' victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists! I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 Blue Blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. I'm gonna put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them were in Creek Spot? Nah, it was them. We know it was So let's... Yeah, we know it was them. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sasuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sasuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sasuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them. So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further and instead elected to take Sasuke captive. Sasuke in the hand is rather than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto Security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not decisive or that's not evidence or testimony and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bullying out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security details, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained fine, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sasuke's part per se. Just an error of judgment.
Counselor Morgan?
What's up? You can disconnect the call if...
Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sasaki defended me.
Oh, so that's your angle. We can all be as naturally gifted and extracted valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult her pride and this Ikaria snap back as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify.
It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering.
This is not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how violently Sasaki fought as the attackers.
And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra.
No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it, I'll lean on the former.
What time is it? Oh boy, it's been 30 minutes since my usual time to get my coffee. I'm gonna get my coffee and then we'll deal with the rest of the testimony, but if I don't get my coffee now, I won't get it ever, so I'll be back in a sec.
Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait.
Right, testimony. Needle gun, Suzuki's Medrec. Ooh, he was looking really bad there. He does look much better with his hair down. I'll give him that much. Needles? Suzuki was the number from the beginning and protected me the whole time. It didn't matter you were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Suzuki took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Bro. Do you think I'm stupid?
Unscattered is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, Counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not a crane tower. The police didn't even find one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel. Ugh! My client broke half the bones in his hands, smashing it off.
On his left hand, specifically.
Did you really?
I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Let me check that. I haven't checked the evidence. I probably should have. Right. I have no way of informing them. Yeah, because you used it to kill someone. The datapad couldn't avoid touching it. Had to do at least pretend the dark card would work. Wait, so does that mean that has your... No, it's unlikely. Well, but she did clean it. We cleaned it before we ended that scene. Hemicarrhea. It might be, the hemicarrhea that is mentioned there, it might be, Mirai, actually. She's also an Ikaria. It would make sense. And we haven't checked you. Likes art museums, amethysts, and turn-based RPGs. Dislikes ballrooms, ballrooms, and cliques. Favorite quote: flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject: psychology. Of course you love psychology. Exercises by subjects seem not to hear the question. I get it. I get that. I get that. Anyway, back to the evidence. The bindings. The dark card. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. The dumpster. The fire escape. So I definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. With a heart and everything. Or horribly gaudy, but got the job done. Last I saw it, I'd left it in Suzuki's waistband. His medical records. Let's see. Blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous wounds in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and raw bones on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the interior front side of the body. Others blood across the top of his feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noticed, including bruised left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior front right side of the head. I want to point out that the cops are really fucking stupid because, like, even if you're gonna try to get him for the cop murder, which I don't think he's guilty, the same way that I know he's not guilty from all the other stuff because Morgan did it. Causing blunt trauma to the head can cause temporary, if not complete, cases of memory loss, which is not very good. Like, yeah, in this case, they're just gonna send him to jail anyway because they don't fucking care. They're cops, but also, like, a good lawyer could argue, sir, we can't know because the cops gave him accidental amnesia by beating him up in custody, which is a crime. News identical to these were recovered from Crane Tower where Sasuke and Makoto were ambushed. But like I would have expected him to get hurt anyway. Like when he got captured. Let's see, snippets include page 21, quests required for expansion of even domain. Payments to support construction, I guess. Re-election, consume long to push for, colloquially referred to as Lower Woods. The vote on coming, stress the importance of Oxford at the highest level. This is about the news that we read earlier, I think. Another weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. I was indulgent trying to take Press head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade tip when I dragged it across the floor. It was really giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. Oopsie! Yeah, and the window, which wasn't open when we left. And let's clean the articles. I'll deal with the terms later. But yeah, there was the here, the Atlas pillar. Like, it might have something to do with that. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not aligned with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, why does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. I mean, would it? Like, technically, he's not true, but Makoto technically has no way of knowing this. Like, he wouldn't know. So technically, and the rest of his testimony is correct, is the problem. I guess in this situation I might need to stand. Like, his testimony stands otherwise. True, Sasuke-san getting injured doesn't change what we learned from this witness. But it does change the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru! Yoru. Its name is Yoru! We get it. Do you have a point to make, Counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Its name is Yoru. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the source. Makoto convinces Sasuke push him into the Katana Yoru with both hands. Right! The prince, he only has prints for one hand, I think. Let me recheck, but I'm pretty sure that Yoru? Pretty sure that he only has prints for one hand. Fingerprints, yeah, only the right hand. Yeah, it was that. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle.
fingerprints belonging to Sasuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, Counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing the of the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can't be like this because Sasuke has two hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sasuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know I can recite all my subordinates' business down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sasuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Yep. Makoto testifies that Sasuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by Krieg. Oh goddammit, I forgot that I can bet! I should have put all my money there, I'm an idiot. I do that all the time, I forget the betting! I could be betting, I could have getting so much money! And I'm an idiot! Or for beating Krieg, of course. What do you mean? Sasuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower, that means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. The defenses were getting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Ah, worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Kate could have simply held the sword by his scabbard. Yeah, except that we were told that the scabbard ended up with Makoto. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sasuke left the sword scabbards with him when he thrusted him back into the elevator. Yeah, shit was thrusted into my arm, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see, and since a cursed sword can be resheathed until it's blood, it stays blood. Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Bloods den if Krieg and his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client by putting his fingerprints onto the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. Love these, both hands on the, what would be the stand? Like, I love that pose in Ace Attorney. I love it here. The people love it, and that's a lot of what a lot of bullshit. The market is really is going really badly, huh? And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Tress's throat. Sasuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look of Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... The people are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court.
Oh, that's new music.
The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with his testimony. With his theory, rather. I can't read. Admirable but predictable. Without foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Greek character led a target ambush on the hair to House Icaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Kriegspot wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked it so nicely.
I mean, it does have, like, the needle does have the fingerprints, so... Wait!
I almost forgot. Again. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Krieg's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the scene of from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those black guys were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. And if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions, the least they could have done was disguise themselves. Write that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest that Icaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking the plain truth. Krieg was their leader, correct? If even Krieg wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoro.
Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards.
Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sasuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A game theory. A far-fetched unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods has successfully taken down the Icaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant's captive despite him not being the original target. Furthermore, as the defense has elaborated, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy, and what is there to do with a trophy other than polish it? The cloth from Krieg's desk. I knew she flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead. The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sasuke took it up as his murder weapon, by the very same victims he'd gone to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean that she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my clients are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest he's being framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true, they did have a good reason to wipe off the sword, but that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to.
Oh, the gun. The princess on his left hand, which would make no sense because, you know, his left hand was broken.
This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag-Us is a gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's print on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sasuke are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun. It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun of Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides a hole in his chest. How he'd get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said wait, it's Sasuke. Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance, he runs the risk of sullying the house visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly sleep the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You know, that makes sense. It's a child, but also, yeah. Yeah, kind of makes sense. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your account is always preferable to as much staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Okay, Sasuke, I need to ask this, like, because I feel like I'm a pervert, so I do this because I'm a pervert, and it's just what I do. But I need to ask this because, like, you know, bodyguard and the person that's supposed to protect, there's some subtext there. Am I taking the subtext correctly, considering what you just said? Does Makoto have like a crush on you? Is that the situation at hand? Is that why he's the way he is? Like, am I reading that right? Because that's the vibe that I've been getting. All things considered. Like, all things considered, I've been getting that vibe. And again, it could just be me being weird and a pervert. Like, it could just be me. I'm that kind of person. I'm that kind of seal. But what if? Their honest reaction to that. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi! Sarah! Ah, they're best friends. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. How has your profile changed? Likes brush metal, grilled fish, and cardamom. I think that's the same.
It's like frame interpolation, split ends, and service. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color? Petalocyanin green G. Code, very easy to sanitize. Well, it looks like it's made of some kind of plastic, so yeah, I would assume that's easy to sanitize. Oh, yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority, had my head underwater for a good while, eh? We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail, but if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top, Anchor Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... yeah. The slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag-Us, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sunmin Thread Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck from a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? Nah, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... yeah. Heavens, Miller smiles as if a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had most, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. And admittedly, the fact that he suffered that much blood loss was his own fault because he retired the knife from the wound. So, you know. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks, Lakers Creek Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath the solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted on a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway. You have to admit that's pretty impressive. But we do have one other context clue to Warwick. His datapad was found very close to Creek's body and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's likely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation. How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? Turn off, Chief Swiping Tap. Just let me buy you the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, Craig must have been shot almost at the exact time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tarek Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suit of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. Okay, so that's like over 20 minutes. If we put like the endpoint at 50, that's 20 minutes. Like over 20 minutes from Morgan finishing what she did. And like, not only finishing, but like finishing, cleaning up the room and the evidence, and framing Sosuke by leaving the weapons on him. And we know that he had the knife, and the knife is no longer there. So all that I can think of... Okay, I think that I know what happened. I think the other officer... Okay, my series of events, how they happen, is as follows. These two officers enter, see the entire place, you know, a mess. The room where they were torturing Sosuke is open. They check inside, or at least Chopin's partner checks inside, gets the knife, stabs Chopin with the knife, he lets him fall, puts the sword in him, like just puts it in, keeps the knife himself, because that would explain why we don't have the knife right now and Sosuke didn't have the fucking knife. Sosuke, who's like, you know, still affected by the drugs and being tortured and just generally having a bad time, sees his sword and tries to take it out. And that's how he found. Probably a couple of minutes later. Like, that's perfectly doable in 20 minutes. Like, it's... The time frame that you have there is more than enough for someone to do all that. And I can only assume that a police officer that is, you know, planning to kill another police officer would have gloves, so... All he needed to do was, like, hide the knife, put the sword there to make sure that Sosuke would grab it once he was slightly more conscious, and make sure that he didn't leave any of his own prints. Like, it makes sense. Triggering an automatic 10999 alert, officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running royally peace and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long thin blade. It severed his aorta as a result. He died instantly. Wait, his aorta? Another cardiac stab wound posterior. That was instantaneous. Can you get that far with a knife? Externally mounted via monitor reported cardiac activity success. Subject was stabbed impaled from behind by a large bladed instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation as if blade was jolted within the wound cavity post-mortem. No other injuries of note. Yeah, it's post-mortem, so that makes it, but 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Where's the gun? Not the gun, the sword. God damn it, would it kill you to give me the approximate, like, so I can make comparison? Because I think it's a knife, that would explain the stab, like, it doesn't need to be that large. And yeah, stabbing through the back, not entirely easy in comparison if you're gonna, like, go for the heart, but it is possible. You just want to make sure not to hit any ribs. But that's also kind of the case if you go up through the front. To summarize then, we can conclude that Tang's gun was taken from him before 4:99 PM. He and Krieg were then shot with it. The attacker out of ammunition took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing into Trez's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trez's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat. As Krieg bled to death on the other side of the room. And finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. Which, again, I'm going to point out, like, this is the thing that makes it the most obvious that it had to be his partner. Why would an officer of the law give their back to a person they just found in a room with 4 other people dead? You do not. You do not turn around unless you have like a partner or someone there to keep watch on the motherfucker. You don't. It would be stupid. Like, you would arrest the motherfucker and then turn around if anything. Like, you would handcuff him or some shit. Like, that's the main thing that, to me, makes it obvious that it was his partner. It doesn't make sense otherwise. That's all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. That would be the starting position, I suppose. Yeah. Let's establish where in the room the killings had to have started. Correct, because Creek and Tank died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Yep. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence establishes the defendant was indeed held in the other room, but clearly he didn't remain there. His captors may have taken him out to question him in the main room, and drag him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach. Okay, but that makes no sense, because why would you keep... First of all, you were already interrogating him in that room, that was safer. Second, why would you keep a gun anywhere close to him and within reach? You know, and out of the hands of the people who usually can, like, the people who own that gun. Like, why would he be, like, unbound? Like, how do you explain that he had his hand free to use the gun? And again, I need to, like, point this out again. His left hand is broken. He would have not been able to shoot that gun with his left hand, which is the fingerprints that are on that gun. Just saying. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sasuke? I'm not positive, of course, but my body's telling me that I was still in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to leave Sasuke near a gun is imperfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sasuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? What do I have to get roped in? Emma's already establishing a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, which is close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? The murder weapons. Like not the cause of death, not the timing, but the murder weapons, because we know that technically one of the murders was actually a knife. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate.
Defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not, have not. Photos and other acts data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the arcs would show it. Does not fully need once it's been set up. Well, the blade wounds is what's important. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hands suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound they recognized as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck? If it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. I mean, do I wanna press? I'll stay for now, actually. No, actually, wait. I should press. Like, it makes more sense that I press. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not the sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many subtle inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Ah, I see. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would be quite a feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like that one, like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? Nah, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sasuke doesn't know a rapier. Actually, yeah, does it feed the punctured wound? Because, like, that's the main thing here. Do you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword's hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Yeah, that's that's the thing that is fucking us over right now. It's like, if the knife was there, we would be fine. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with a katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. I mean, that's kind of important. What do you mean agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. And that's blackjack. Now that I think about it, that would make sense. Like, specifically, it makes sense if The knife is probably gonna be smaller than the blade of the sword. That makes the most sense, especially the tip. Well, especially past the tip, rather. So if the original wound that killed Chopin was made with the knife, and then the sword was inserted into that same wound, it would become like, I feel like it makes sense that it would become stuck because it would go deeper than the original wound did, and it would have to fit in a smaller hole. And yeah, it opens the hole in the process because it's a blade, but still, it kind of makes sense that that would be like just stuck there. It would take you longer to take out. Dr. Sato, did you just testify that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind? Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no sign of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Oh, there's also that, actually. I was only thinking about the body. Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, he wouldn't have gotten cut on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take great advantage of the arcs Counselor Morgan lent to flip things on their head. Entire rooms if need be. If you had, you've seen that there's a clear penetration in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? Why would that... No, that makes no fucking sense. Like, how do you get a sword, like, first of all, how do you get a sword stuck on the floor? Second, if it got chipped, it hit the, like, I'm sorry, but like what happens when you chip something is that it hits something that is of greater density and it breaks from, you know, the collision. That makes no fucking sense, woman. Yeah, no, I feel like I have to race. Of course that's not possible. He was stabbed in the back while standing up, so he would have collapsed face first onto the floor, bringing the sword with him. That's stupid! Like, for that to happen, the sword would have needed to be, like, completely, like, it would have had to cross his entire body. Like, does he have an exit wound? I suppose he could have an exit wound, but still! That's Creeks, that's Miller, that's Tanks, that's Stray. Where's Chopin's? Wait, where's Chopin's? Man, Oh, there it is. Early Guardians are wood posterior, that was instantaneous. You can't tell me, like... Instrument, within the wound. Okay, but like, bro, it doesn't have an exit wound. You're supposed to tell me if the wound has an there's an exit wound. Well, yes, if you wanna get technical. I suppose if Chopin was impaled, then fell face first. It makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we concluded that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword in the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? Huh? Huh? Yeah, you asking me? Sort of. Asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, Why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. And yeah, the gun that you say that only has left hand fingerprints. The Magus? How would my client left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping a Magus? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. You already determined that the Magus was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken heart surely rendered his left useless. That's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sasuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah, in fact. Cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless. Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, other people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve his sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing toward the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? My client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor. That would mean that he held the handle like even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing over Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the People's Next Witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face up with the arresting officer. Chopin's partner. Very well. The letter summoned to the stand. No name not found. What? What? Is that a family name or given name? What? Yeah, I got one big old error right here and it's a classic. Witness not found literally. He ain't here. What do you mean he ain't here? What? Yeah, my honest reaction to that. He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Your star witness is a no-show. Is it good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the stuff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic... Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus the people come for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by four of the 5 victims. He was found arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes and London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. He just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? Well, we know that there was one other person. He just claimed that Sasuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there at that night. And there's evidence to show it. And boop, 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 boop. Yeah, there it is, a dark card. Oh, no. What is that? The dark card found lodged in Creek's datapad? That's right, the perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for. Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Ah, crap, yeah, I almost forgot. Those guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be used as if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek, the same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Good idea, Counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using the datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling, when the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card that belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Well, first of all, the transaction was like aborted, but like, what would be the I guess technically it's like the dark card, I suppose, that is the issue here. Maybe? Wait. Let me check something. Commonly so payment. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. Is it the datapad then? No, it would make no sense because... I guess it's a dark... like, it has to be the dark card. Characterization, Your Honor. Okay. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Uh-huh. Yeah. Game. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. What? If the dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Yuck! So, who did the dark car belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgusting customer could have wiped their prints off the car to hide the fact that they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought the dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the data pad. They could have put it a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who wouldn't leave behind something that valuable? The car is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What are you? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these debts, all this carnage. You think it's all because the car got declined? Hard to live down that kind of opera. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to escape paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. We don't know in their inventory before the crime occurred. We cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. If she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky. Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being unsold. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever had. What? Court is now in recess! So, Aurea Holdings is not part of House Icaria.
No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others.
That is very confusing.
No, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, protects the house from itself.
If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be much simpler.
I know it would be simpler, but that's...
Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting?
Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man.
Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you.
If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room.
Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai, I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City Council members take heroic officer for his service. Well, that makes sense.
How can it?
Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them.
Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of your fathers are present. Adoptive fathers.
Are you trying to make me feel better?
Adopted or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sasuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes.
I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children. Well...
I'm afraid it happens all the time, hon. And lately for more tragic reasons than others. By tragic, I mean, like, evitable. Like, if a death is inevitable, like, I don't know, you have a terminal cancer or some shit, like, that's awful, but what can you do? There's only so much that you can do. when it's when it's something that you can like do something about it, or is the fault of other people, that's another story altogether. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikariya could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your bad family died, Sasuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite a dignified way to refer to the Ikariya killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sasuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? I'm not gonna lie to you. She said her name was Mirei. Who is she? A powerful member of the house on the side of Oria. Slow down, Loop Sleeps. I didn't ask for her whole life story. What? Oh, sarcasm. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. So did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that. There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Honor Ikariya. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikariya is the house's personal assassin. Yeah, I assumed. Like, you don't get called something like the Hound, or the Dragon of Dojima, or the Mad Dog of Shimano. We're doing Yakuza references now. I said that we weren't supposed to do them after Kiwami 3. What happened to the House of Ikariya being refined? Elevated above their criminal past. The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it is from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound. But can't prove that House Ikariya was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures that deaths stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection of a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, planting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all. Not true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk? The circumstances were different then too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you got some deeply held desire to rot in prison if you want to help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you suddenly got cold feet? How did I? Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider in over their head who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending.
Today I think you're an outsider in over their head who could stay afloat with a lifeline.
Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes is notice really come in handy when your client has to asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me?
I mean, to be fair, I would also be upset if that's the kind of information you want to know as a lawyer. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Suzuki Kariya?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more!
She's so excited.
"12:27 p.m., August 15, 2086. Car room 48D, again. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene?
That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site. After an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot.
Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted.
We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect.
What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit!
We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Okay, yeah, he killed him. Like he killed him. Like, it sounds dumb, but if this is a person who has, like, never stabbed someone, yeah, I can see him having, like, I can see him being panicked. Like, most people get a little finicky when they kill for the first time. I would argue. Most people.
You're a witness, Counselor. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. But complaining about a Detective Naveen forthcoming with a defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. Was he got left to hide?
Considering we know that the other two body cams weren't on, I need to ask about this.
Dumb question, Detective, but did you have your body camera on?
Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, Counselor, and detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all.
Like I said, dumb question.
Yeah.
But by any chance did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules?
Matter of fact, I believe she did. So, of the first 4 of our city's raid policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn the... God damn it, that was Morgan. I'm stupid.
So, of the first 4 of the city raid policemen to arrive at the scene of the crime, only one of them thought to turn the body cam on.
Which, admittedly, is not that unlike actual police officers in the real world. It is my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week.
And Tariq Chopin?
I don't know why he didn't have his on.
Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers?
Mm. It doesn't really matter why he was nearby, but it might matter how they dealt with, like, the building itself.
How did you and your partner go about clearing the building?
I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that rocket blaring from upstairs.
You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 10999 on the third floor.
Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, Counselor. We weren't gonna run upstairs to try and defibrillate.
How was that report made?
Overcomes around 10:17 p.m.
Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999?
It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. Actually,
Did you ever lose sight of your partner?
I might have.
So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not a speculation, Your Honor, just grade school logic. Hammer, overruled. Spill the deeds, witness.
Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say.
Interesting. Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London.
Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful.
No, I mean it.
I mean, that means... Again, there's a window opportunity for the entire thing regarding Rogers doing it. Like, there's a real, honest-to-goodness window opportunity there.
I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if you can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Ready, Reg, Your Honor?
Really? What is she doing now?
The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Anne and I just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect it if they have additional questions for the witness.
So it isn't just one for them and one for us?
More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria?
Oh, you motherfucker, really? Really?
Okay, I see. This is where she's going with this. I understand. God fucking damn it, Emma. Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on. This is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're a friend. They're already here. The Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. You what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who lives scaling cars at each of his kills, terrorizing the houses, perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sasuke's age and height, with grey-blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Emma, I swear to God. Sasuke, you vain son of a bitch, you got made with your shit off!
I mean, to be fair, I also would complain about that if I was in her position. Like, what do you mean you allowed people to see you without your shirt on? He sneezes.
That's great. That's incredible. God, the use of like these like this is literally just how you would write in like a script. Like this is just script writing. But like the use of script writing and whatnot is just so funny. Like like it's so very good at like it just kind of hits. Like when you have that minute of silence, like you have the moment of silence and then the thing hits. Like it's very good for drama, it's very good for tension, it's very good for comedic moments. Um and I guess it goes back to like that conversation that you have at the end of episode 1, I think it's the end. Of Sarah just using movies to try to understand people. Like how she seems to like watch media for that, and that seems to be implied to be the case for Morgan as well. Because she's you know, a little different like that. Bless you. Okay, that just adds to it. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sasuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. That was actually Emma. That was my mistake. But the police believe that he is in fact the deadliest soldier they have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting. Thought of being the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds and I'll have my client served on a mistrial before the day's through. I'm another lucky adjunct and we'll get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feet for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on these testimony's inclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made. Thank you, Your Honor. God fucking damn it. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sasuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin if London regales us with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that. Don't worry, Sasuke, they can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Ah, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you, may you look dumb? Yes. He's finally here. Oh. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really, bro? The ready wreck fizzles out. Counselor, you wanna snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Yeah, his honest reaction to that. Miss Rutherford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So, if you hadn't fought against that redirect up to the very last moment,
Bullet cut, huh?
Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow.
Yeah, you can probably... Well, some people survive gunshots to the stomach, depending on where it hits.
And how it hits. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the hand of Ikaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favorite son, Tariq Chopin.
Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty.
You don't have to say that.
Sorry then, just reporting for duty.
Name and occupation.
Patrol Officer Hughie Rogers, occupation patrol officer.
Yeah, he did it. Occupation police officer, lower wards patrol, like saltwater, rosemary, and graffiti art, dislike sand, marshmallows, and the lottery. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m., can't stand mice, that makes you inherently evil, and balance, easily upset. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he did it. Like he's the one who did it. Not for nothing, it's just it's a thing about the last like in episode 1 with that one quote-unquote consultant that was like all nervous all the time, and Morgan immediately, like not immediately, but like she calls it out and he admits that yeah, but also technically it's not just because it's a character anymore, because things are very tense in the company, but like to me it feels like yeah.
Former partners of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier.
It's fine, the court understands that the city council had need of you.
When I say my name wrong, won't happen again.
And your tardiness?
What's that?
Being hours late to this trial?
Did I not set a reminder?
Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all?
No, not at all.
I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. You must have sustained quite a concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's looking nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers?
Right, from where?
The start.
Oh, well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down, faces past, and I'm homebound. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. And then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fire, so off we went.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, shots echoed down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it had have something to do with the Blue Bloods. The area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can send that kind of trouble, and even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down, and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner shot clean through the door handle.
Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues. Suppose context clues are most of what I used to find the place to, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked?
Yeah, so we had a strong reason to believe that the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. We was moving a good bit faster than me, right up until we got to the second floor, and we heard a loud slam.
A slam? What kind of slam? Like slam? Or like slam? Or like slam?
I don't know, it was loud though. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I had another heavy thought. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together and saw that man there standing over him.
Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up?
Realistically, to prevent an escape.
That's it. Chopin would have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation, with some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind, and the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... The ladder is missing, so I guess it makes more sense if it was a dumpster. That noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated through when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there.
Hey, now, it left my ears ringing too, you know?
What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lead relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes.
The movie The Great Escape.
The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Yeah. I can kinda see it. Oh my god. I'm so sorry about that. I have my phone beside me and that was a spawn caller. Jesus Christ. Not the time of the day to get cold, I suppose. Also, I forgot that I was supposed to mute it. I thought that I had muted it and then resulted that it wasn't, and now I forgot to mute it again. God damn it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. There were footprints on top of the dumpster, a dent in the lid. Well, that... No. Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, I got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. I don't know. I'm thinking. I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking, and instead, flip the goal board like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in the room when the police officers arrived, but not there when the police got to the third floor. They would never had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I'm sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I want to get it out. But I cannot meet it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit fast if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minute for us. Line by line.
Like every detail?
Especially the irrelevant ones!
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
I did get a little in my head just now. But I listened through his whole testimony at least once before I started looking for holes.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So chopping shut off, the lock through the handle, and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, and there was a slam, and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Fire escape. Front door. Yeah. Wait. No, but that makes sense. Actually. Because if memory serves me right, it was soundproof. Like the room was soundproof. It was like yeah, I guess I chose the wrong one. Was that supposed to be funny, counselor? You look like you needed a laugh. Flirting right in front of me. Pardon? Normies! Get overruled! Okay, so it's not that one. Better stop making sloppy mistakes. I think the agenda's about ready to crash. Like, I know it's a sound system. Something about this entire thing is weird. Yeah, no, that's my mistake. But that, like, I do remember that it was said that it was soundproof, but it might have been the other rooms. Like, the other rooms in the building was... like, not the hallway, but like the small rooms were soundproofed. Well, then again, this is get explained by the fact that... wait, no, this has no explanation. Like, by the time we left, Morgan left, she had turned the sound system back, so it makes no sense for it to not have been playing. Okay, that has to be the right one. How could you have a right to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must have not heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now.
Well, there was some kind of loud music up the stairs.
So the building was that quiet when you were outside, where you could hear music from the first floor?
Oh yeah, the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside.
Only after you stepped inside?
Yeah, study door, I guess.
Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and entirely locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. Yeah, it does, because then how did he hear the gunshot?
But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming.
The scene of the crime was was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. The front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Maybe they ready the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. The building has been thoroughly soundproof. Yeah, which memory reminds me, like we were told this when we went to the building, like at the beginning of the chapter. The building the building has been thoroughly soundproof, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the Phoenix experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrive. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Also, another thing that is, you know... Should my Hannah be there? She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor? Asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shut the door open. He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Music in the alley. I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Pass on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at these arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? That's the trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently... Yes, Your Honors, the windows were open is a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means that someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed. I know that were closed, we were there. And only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. Yeah. But we know Craig was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended on the wrong side of the glass. That's... Your theory is full. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. I mean, the fingerprints is what gets me. Like, it has to be the splatter. Apologies, Your Honor, I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room, they're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Ah, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut where Kring was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up?
The blood splatter! Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Krieg was shot at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next open is...
something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if the ARC's data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof.
I doubt the ARCs could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to...
waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof.
Yes, and you actually used it right this time.
I did my reading.
He's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproofed, which is also shifted tactics as it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected, I'm no general. I don't need Makoto to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side.
That's the side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around.
The side of the defense. Innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but
all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right?
To overturn 5 bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence?
Yeah.
And there goes...
Penne.
Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here and ruin the stock market? Yes, actually, I want the stock market to disappear. Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Krieg was shot, at least we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept this as the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Right, the gunshots. Like, that was my main thing. It's like, how did he have the gunshots in the first place? How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sounds of gunshots if their room was defend got at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there?
Ah, crap, yeah.
Wait, excuse me, what are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner had gunshots. But how is that possible? That's, but he said it, he said it. Even on the radio, he called it in.
True enough, I can see it right here in the police network database. 9:45 PM, Officer Derek Chugin reports shots fired.
So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. Oh, smart. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never had any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network.
Well, one report is usually sufficient.
But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers?
I never heard any gunshots.
Hang on, are you really? So you never had a peep with your partner? He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders have been committed. Before anyone else got there.
I just dropped where he was to where he pointed, so...
Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused, Your Honor. Is all, Your Honor? How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have had any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Ah, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. Yeah. Tumulty.
Or would that be pronounced tumulte? Tumult. I'm pretty sure that's French.
God damn it.
Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason?
No. Well, the first time we met she did technically. Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved too. You're gonna rein this in or should I? Allow me. Tarek Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into the building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever set. True. True? That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you... Convention. Oh, the ballots! Officer Chopin will never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Counselor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment. What? Why are you all thinking about voting? Ah, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measures, specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course, the moderable paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean... you? Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there?
Dark cards. The creeks out of and needles. Oh, the red, the classic. Right, because. Right, I remember reading them. Yeah, and they seem to be referencing the proposition that we read at the beginning. Yeah, okay, it's all coming together. Highly confidential reading documents that were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. But you can still make out a reference to P492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction process that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. You'd have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. What the hell are you trying to say? Consular Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tarek Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Yeah. Aikido. I don't know what that means. She said it. He said that? Well, what did you just say? You trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tarek Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night, when we all know damn well he never had any gunshots. It is a bit of a pickle. What have you got for us, witness? I don't know, he had good ears or something. A good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner. That sounds horribly corrupt. And you call my comments inflammatory. Corrupt, you got brass, alright? That's real rich coming from a boat lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria. Oh no. Big Al. Your Honor's the witness last statement. Was a regrettable slip of the tongue? Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I already snipped the jury's feet with the crowd. Seriously, he's the Hound? But it isn't the Hound that, Oh boy. Cub killing animals? Well, we're fucked. You know, that whole house stunk like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you... Oh, what, you stabbed us in the back too? Sasuke? Please calm down. And shut up. That apple hung the whole house with him. Bro, do not risk it. Your Honor, these arbors from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing... It's not enough you butcher him like that. Animals. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. Uppity. How dare you, all you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better Blue Blood than the pigs running in your veins. Bro. Sasuke, do not do anything rash. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiff, clear the room. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell them, lawyers. Judge from according to the flesh. This heat. Burn the house! Tension like a haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots! A rapid jet. And on the back of my neck. Every last one! Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you...
A bed of sweat and something that feels like... Oh no. Yep. Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us! Get down! She's an android, she'll be fine! What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. Am I insane of like that last line said, not that it mattered anyway? Like, I couldn't read the last part. Like, usually it's a little the line number, but I think it said something else. Dang it. Thanks, London. I appreciate the help. Let me just... Okay, yeah, no. I wish it let you see the steals. Like I wish that it gave you the time to see some of the steals. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Just look, I'm not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What do you mean, why? Why did I take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away. Reflexes, sorry. You alright there, Mom? I'm fine, Detective. Thank you. For a moment I lock eyes with Detective Possum London. In that instant I recognize a nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten fuzz. What would it be there? Emotion? Feeling? Nameless. We don't need a word for it because we only ever see it once. At the very end. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so... maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there! How did that man get into the car room? The building! And with a weapon like that, like whatever the hell that was. It was his own arm, Madame Barrows. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Of course. Like Salt Springs cold beer, warm tea, dislikes waking up before her alarm, cat person, I happen to be allergic, the Mark answers yes. Never forgets, a password shorter than 10 characters, and her favorite season is fall. I'm more of a winter person, but I respect the grind. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth? Where on earth do these people... Doesn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the lawn? No, Your Honor, we're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card lost, bought, or stolen and had it modified to get him in the building. Will that work? Only needs to work once. This time it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... you ask me, more lucky he's stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. Yeah, an explosive would have been worse. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feet the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Icaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well? You'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops here to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sasuke red-handed. Allegedly.
There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, Counselor.
So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later I'm gonna shoot it in my core room. Who was he?
The shooter has been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault.
Attempting to carry out an assassination in a core room full of cops is quite a step up. Any connection to Creed Spot?
Nah, older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves.
So trying to execute Suzuki wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Consular Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. And they all know all they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too. The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopping. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Suzuki Kariya doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Suzuki, every jury in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown?
Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour.
We would have to... The stands were full of people, full of police officers, and any one of them could...
Ambulance chases will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank.
We don't need the blackout to last forever. We need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finish tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. A big scary old blackout like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols.
Right behind you, ma'am.
Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not nagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the Hound of Icaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You're under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. Sicaria high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to ask me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'll go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Suzuki. But if this means that people will start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I twist the knife as slow as a second-hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh, right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry, that was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of heartbreak of all people, and... Maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass, just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a handman, Emma. No. If a handman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain never reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sasuke Kariya spent the rest of his life ruling on himself while mechs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. That's horrifying. God, the future sucks. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. Alright, you're from a rich family. Of course you don't give a shit. The way she whispered it in that half stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. Welp. I mean, I didn't think that Emma was a good person, but that just, yeah. Okay. 4:08 p.m., August 15, 2086. What time is it? Oh my god, we're so over time. We're more than 30 minutes over time. Stay building. Floor 48. Okay, time to save. We'll save and continue next time. We're probably close to being done. Although this has been going for longer than I expected. This case has layers. Although I still think that it's like Rogers who did it. If it's not Rogers, the only other option that makes sense is one of those unlisted people. Like that would make sense, but yeah, we're gonna have to see how that develops. But that's not until next Friday. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow something else. Monday more Spiritfarer. I don't know how long that game is gonna get, but it has a lot of achievements, so I assume it's gonna take like a second. And then, you know, on Friday we return to Two of the Devil and probably finish the case. And check all of the other stuff that I didn't check, like all the extra things and whatnot. But yeah. God, I just noticed that I'm hungry. I should be having my lunch already. Anyway. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good start to your weekend. Because it's the start of the weekend. It's Saturday. It's the start of the weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different. I'll think about what. Maybe more Slay the Spire if I want to torture myself. Everybody loves Slay the Spire. The second one, not the first, but the one that just came out, which is a sequel to the first one, which also everybody loved. Yeah. Bye everyone.